War around the world. So we resume. It is late 1943, and it has been a good year for war in our great and wondrous co-adversity sphere. So, major events following up on the revolutions, we were able to get started in major swaths of Allied territory. We eventually reached the decisive moment to declare directly on paper on the British, but effectively against all of the Allied forces, and got to work very quickly. The Southern Army was able to sweep in and secure Singapore. Our Marine forces then island hopped around throughout the East Indies, securing the Philippines and Borneo and Indonesia and so forth, claiming the majority of the world's supply of natural rubber and an abundance of oil and so forth, all manner of delicious, wondrous war material, and eventually capped off their shenanigans in the south by launching an invasion of Australia, which, as of very close to the end of the session, ended in success, with the toppling of the Australian government and installation of an occupation force. They are preparing to move on to New Zealand, and then we'll just be kind of kept on standby in Hawaii, which, by the way, and we entered the proper World War with the Free American Empire there provided enough of a distraction to keep the U.S. off of our backs while we swept in, grabbed Hawaii and other Pacific bases that had stayed loyal to the U.S. government, and we then proceeded to pour as many soldiers as we could onto the American frontier, which for a while was looking pretty dicey, and we were pushed out of Washington State back to Oregon and nearly up into Texas, and pretty firmly crunched along the one line of states along the edge. But between our soldiers and reorganized China has contributed a lot of divisions to this, while our other associates have been pretty bad about generating soldiers. China seems to be making good use of the guns we give them. They're very economical about turning those into men on the ground, ready to fight. So right now, over in the Bill Zone, we have many divisions who have firmly populated the border and started to push back the U.S. Army fairly consistently over the course of the summer. So things are fairly well up there. So, broad plans, our main ground troop commitments remain in America until America is done. Getting the U.S. knocked out of the war and the rest of their resources and industry flipped over into free America under command of Bill, that's going to be amazing for us as a strategic move. That's going to secure a lot of possibilities. Right now, priority one, finish with the USA. That will probably bring with it, flipping Canada out of the way and seizing Newfoundland and Labrador. Probably slip some military support in edgewise for the Mexican Revolution. In fact, the Mexican Civil War right now isn't part of the greater wars. Let me just quietly slide in edgewise a little donation. Here, just have 10 convoys. Or actually, you seem to have a healthy convoy supply of your own, so let's give you just a smooth 20% of our rifle production. You have boats to ship them with. Here you go. Here's guns. Let's arm the Mexican rebels. See if that can sort itself out in our favor. Because then, next step, after we're done with America, we are then in position to start dealing with Europe. For which, having U.S. naval bases on the East Coast to operate out of will be nice, but the main plan for me is, since we already have India under control, we will go in from the east. So, like, having secured all of this, we'll go after, like, Ceylon, and then head over Ethiopia wards, make our way up, and secure Egypt. Because then, that gives us the Suez Canal, giving us a way to start slipping our navy into the Mediterranean, and that puts us into position to start directly supporting Romania, which might collapse by the time we get there, but we can bail them out once we arrive. And then, fighting it out in the Mediterranean, we'd be in a position to firmly bring the Turks and the Iranians on board and go back to constructing that, anti-Joe alliance that we'll eventually use to solve problems in the north. And distracting the US Army means that Goring had a chance to do an okay job of bouncing back. At least, like, he resolved that problem in the north, but now he has a new problem in the south, what with the Swiss and the ongoing Italian problem, and France, the revenge. France to return. Yeah, there's a lot going on in there that we're gonna make ourselves a part of, but America first. So let's get time moving at a bit of a leisurely pace. Also, let me consider... Yep, very good of them to recognize the importance of the gifts, so let's see. I was sending 10 to free India, 10 to reorganize China, now 25 to Synarchist Mexico. Right, I'm gonna revise their terms, because they've been very good about actually using the guns we give them, so let's give them more guns. There you go, have at it. Although, actually, how's delivery efficiency on that? Did they? I forgot to notice if they had enough boats. They're a little short. Alright, I'll have to re-modify that to also send more boats, or ease off on rifles to something they can manage. However, front's looking good. We were able to throw over a lot of bulk line infantry, our mountaineers from the Southern Army. Our full mobile unit is operating primarily in the south right now. They have the goal of just trying to sweep to the Atlantic. The siege of New Orleans is an ongoing issue that would go a lot easier if Bill were willing to use any aircraft. Come on, Bill. We know you have planes. You have plenty of your own, and we sent you more planes. Use your planes, Bill. Use our planes. Let us use our planes in your airports, Bill. And we're also having the occasional boat fight. Yes, this is the ongoing hunt for those Dutch submarines that are wandering around. So far, we've managed to have 2, like, non-trivial naval engagements over the course of the campaign. Our old battleship fleet fought it out with a US carrier group over here, dealt with them pretty handily, and one of our carrier teams took on the Australian surface navy during the invasion, and was able to make good work of them. One of our submarine squadrons also tried to fight the Australian Navy, and that went poorly for them. The submarines, especially the Tier 2 submarines, were not really built to fight large boats. They can raid, and that's it. If the siege of New Orleans continues to be a problem in the long term, we may have to look into getting some boats into the Gulf. Because with no friendly naval presence to contest them, they will have an easy time just transporting soldiers in and out, maintaining a supply line, and so forth. I think we have the upper hand here, though. The individual battles are going poorly, but time might be on our side here. We have enough folks to establish containment. And meanwhile, the front is continuing to roll east. Everyone they pour into there is people that they aren't having hold the main line, which we are keeping very long and very active. And we haven't even finished throwing in everyone we have available at this time. And since we're not in crippling manpower deficit right now, we are indeed recruiting more soldiers at a fairly regular pace, having gone up to service by requirement. That's the level where we start to bite into our factory performance a little bit in order to get men, but we have been able to stay pretty well armed. So I'm not too worried about that. Yes, destroyers, please, hunt the sub. These tiny, ancient Dutch submarines, just take them down. May also orchestrate a few more tiny amphibious attacks just to clean up more of these little dot islands. We've already seized all the ones that have, like, important, relevant, strategic resources and so forth. Hey, there's a bunch of chrome we could steal. Were we at the point of needing to import more chrome? No, we still have a chrome surplus. Still, securing more of the world's chrome. Is anyone importing our chrome? Yes, just a little bit, though. Goring buys chrome from us. Somehow, he tries. So yeah, we have a whole bunch of teams active here. Could I force planes into that airbase? If I just take some squadrons that I've already formed elsewhere, am I allowed to move them? Let's see. Yeah, just take, say, these fighters and this close air support. Nope. Not being permitted. How about over there? Also nope. Bill, come on. When I asked for access, I meant, like, access. Let me help you, Bill. Why don't you trust birds, Bill? Good momentum on the southern line. Like, our good, friendly, best-case scenario is the U.S. Army will not have the, it won't have the raw mass of people that it needs to cover all of these points at once. That simply by threatening the entire line at once, we will keep them spread too thin to contest wherever we do our main offensives. And we're starting to go into Canada. So I already have the naval presence I need to go for New Zealand. Are those Marines in position yet? Right, we have 3 teams of beach lords who had been repelled from previous attacks and needed to reorganize. Have they reached their fallback points yet? Yes, they have. Wonderful. So, let's see. Out of the big beach lord list here, how many of you are on plans? Most, but not all. Yeah, most of them are on the New Zealand attack plan. But let's just quickly go ahead and string up a few more. Well, a few. The one. Yeah, just have them keep together and work on these things. I don't expect there to be a garrison there. I think we'd have seen it if it were active. But you never know. There might be some token resistance that would bounce the direct assault. So nothing there but people. In Fiji. Likewise, no strategic resources in Samoa. Yeah, all these isles here, it's just people and positioning. Just 40 living on Pitcairn Island. But yes, among those we will pick up various favorable bases from which to maybe start harassing South America. Although really, I think the core of any South America plan that I would launch would be rooted in starting more coups. Or, in the case of countries that are already favorably diplomatically aligned, just asking nicely, engaging in peaceful trade. You know, the old kind word and gun doctrine. Yeah, there's active resistance going on in our weird slice of the occupied Raj that we were handed for no particular reason. Well, due to weirdness of mechanics, that the Raj collapsed at a point where Free India had not yet occupied everything itself. So we were just handed the surrendered portion as a prize. Alright, what's going on over here? Ah, convoy raids. New Zealand commercial shipping. Yeah, for the most part, India will be left to fend for itself now. All that mattered to me was getting rid of any substantial British presence, which it turns out there wasn't much of. It will take them long enough to try to recapture anything there that, you know, will be tying up soldiers that they could be using to fight us elsewhere. In fact, I'm cutting off your supplies. Build your own guns. You're old news. Yeah, all of the rooks here, these are slightly upgunned garrison divisions that were initially part of the Home Coast Guard. They were shuffled over to help head out the line. Just like half-size infantry divisions with some support artillery. An engineering team. They can build a bridge or two if they must. The Jawat remains firmly dug in on the Manchurian border as a deterrent. Not that there are any Russians here right now. Because the other thing is, if Romania falls, or at least bends in the right direction, that also creates a land border between the Allies and the Comintern that will immediately start fighting it out. Romania is quite tough, though. It should not be underestimated. More participation, 93%. Very good. We are the sphere. And speaking of, let's see. Of our opponents, I think only the British and the Americans would need to be taken down in order to call the war a success. There's like a great minor power status thing that exists, and only the majors in an alliance need to be defeated for the alliance as a whole to be considered defeated. Yugoslavia may have earned higher level status. Where's an indicator? Right, there we go in the summary there. Yeah, United Kingdom, Yugoslavia, United States are considered large enough to be major members of the Allies. Okay, so we have our mountaineers applying pressure along the mountains. Finding appropriate success, our motor units working to the south. Yes, very good. They have gaps and we do not. They are understaffed. So everything's going for war production right now. Right, the active combat is costing us equipment, so we're actually, once again, behind on artillery, trucks, support gear. Wow, really behind on light tank. I suppose we have not really stepped up to wartime standards of Speed Boy. Let's see, how many more arms factories was I working on? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we have 14 sitting in the queue right there. Having 8 of them active here would be building us 10 light tanks a day. And would take it up to 13. Yeah, let's just go in for a full line of those. And then that's just one stray point that'll have to settle somewhere else for it to be thrown. Really, the amazing thing about the troops that China is sending over is they're not even all just regular scrub infantry. They're sending the occasional motorized unit. Just a decent 6-point group of folks with truck. Well, the small arms warehouse is remaining healthy though, so we'll be able to create more bulk line-holding folk, and the Air Force is very well staffed. All those thousands of planes that could be anywhere in the world at any time, if only they had somewhere to land. Come on, Bill. Just sign the papers. Just give me clearance. Let me put my planes on your runways, and then together we will win the sky. Don't you like controlling the sky, Bill? We're squaring off against about 150 U.S. military industry and about 150 civilian. We're slowly catching up to that, but we are still less potent on the land building. When will the Synarchists start getting their weapons? It looks like never. Why'd you fall off? Did you lose your port? Yes, they lost their port. Well, they have another port. Well, good luck, Synarchists. Well, if you have to, just lay low. We'll get you ready for a round 2 in a while. Although, how are the Free Americans doing for production? They are starting to pick up as we push deeper into the continent. They've gained some boatyard. Just shy of 100 civilian and making their way up into the 40s for military production. And they finally started recruiting their own divisions! See, there's the problem. All those arms handouts were making them lazy. Now they have to fend for themselves. They're paying attention. Thinking on their feet. Vichy France defeated. After its brief history of existing due to technicalities and shuffling of paperwork inside of the event lists, Vichy France is no more. Regular France now occupies former Vichy France. Right, something disrupted those guys in transport again. I hate that this is a thing that happens in the mechanics. Why does it occur? It's nonsensical. And why is anyone assigned to this plan? This weird vestigial line on the map that leads nowhere. Damn rascally submarines. Suppose I should take out the rest of that. We have control of the state just from having grabbed the eastern half. And, well, okay, all these islands together are considered one state. So we have control of it, but there does still exist this harbor. And as long as that's the case, then they are equipped to strike back. Maybe put an end to that. So at full power, how many motor vehicles would we be throwing around? 108. Yeah, more than triple our current output. So once we have things optimized under the hood, we'll be getting like a 2-month deficit. I feel like the America front is holding up well enough that if we like stopped for a breather to refill some of the equipment shortfalls, then it would work more in our favor, more against us than for us. Time would be on their side. They have a lot of productivity and a very pressing concern to throw it against. We need to keep taking away those toys. Although most of their production capability is crammed over here into all of these highly developed states on the East Coast. Heavily urbanized zones filled with dozens of factories. Although we're reaching Illinois in the middle here, that could be the decisive moment if these folk can just stab up to the Great Lakes. No, not you guys. Wrong army. Mobile units. Could just break through to Chicago, that would probably be the beginning of a death spiral for the US. Chicago, then we could move on to Detroit. Yeah, and then we'd just be making our way through the future Rust Belt when it was still pristine and shiny and living the good life. Whereas if we keep pressing forward down here, we get swamp. Yeah, there's just, like, all three of these together have enough industry capacity, potentially, that if we had, like... Yeah, if we went through and took Florida, Georgia, and the Carolinas all together, that would be relatively valuable. But, yeah, we had Chicago. That also then splits the line in half and lets us start isolating units. Get all the armor on board for that attack plan. There, just all of our motor armored units, just pile them up here and go for Chicago. And meanwhile, I'll try to shift some extra infantry over to holding on to the New Orleans pocket here, maintaining the siege. So let's see, right now, standing around here, we have some batches of regular men. And a handful of loners. Let's grab some more loners. There are some spots where the line is thick with borrowed soldiers. You too, congratulations, you're on Swamp Guard. Into the bayou. There, that should help keep things under control. And reorganize China. What more can you give me? You have 25 active divisions? Sure. Hand them over. Ship them out. Which part of the bill zone is having supply issues? Once again, the middle. Yeah, Kansas, just not a great battlefield for us. That's fine. So yeah, want to get them all into position while we sort out the tank shortfall. In fact, that's a pretty high priority, so I'm almost willing to slash... What would I slash? Everything else is equally important. It's all load-bearing military equipment. How deep is the support gap? 50 days. You could ease up a little on aircraft? Our air surplus is very healthy right now. And again, we're also about to start obsoleting some things. Or, no, that's our heavy bomber. We're also about to start obsoleting some things next year. Our beautiful new heavy bomber that Bill won't let us deploy. Things are pretty stable in occupied Australia now. So let's start to squeeze. That's how we can get the war production that we need. Let's be harsh. There, perfect. Just right away we have created necessary tank production. Just had to be firm. Oh, down here we have all these extra overflow equipment demand. More gun, more truck. We'll fill these needs one way or the other. Heading for the Great Lakes will also knock out all this steel in Wisconsin. Tennessee, another high priority target there. Wisconsin, over into Michigan. Just a few key states here in the middle. We will be able to crumple their war industry. There we go. Get my strays thrown back onto any of my war plans, just to have them properly counted. And that's an attempt to break out. New Orleans may make itself a problem. Although this is also happening before any of the backup that I had reassigned has had time to transfer over. This is happening while the Americans continue to have uncontested air superiority because, for fuck's sake, Bill, use a plane! Level 2 airport there, level 5 airport there. We have a surplus of heavy tank again. How many of those for an assault unit? Alternatively, if I were to just take my standard infantry group, let's see, how many? On the front here, yes, we have some regular men. If I were to take my standard infantry template, just give it a quick clone. No need to be creative here. Scrape off one dude and instead install one heavy tank. 40 vehicles each for that. And still 20 width. And then take some of these men who are on this front and just be like, hey, have a tank. And you guys, you get a tank. Just for now, just a temporary situation. You as well. Heavy tanks for everyone. Put a fresh icon on that just to be sure it doesn't get confused. Keep it visible at a glance. Rainbow divisions. All of our hopes and dreams riding on the temporary redeployment of our heavy tanks. I probably can't do that while you're in the middle of a fight. Who knows, maybe. There we go. I mean, it's a tiny front. One that hopefully isn't going to move anywhere, and just shoving a bunch of heavy armor into it should concentrate the firepower that I need in order to either continue to contain New Orleans or roll forward and crush New Orleans. If I were making them, I'd consider a heavy, self-propelled artillery gun. A lot of people have spoken well to their cost-effectiveness as a way to put a shitload of firepower and add some hardness to a standard infantry unit. Now that we're past desperately grasping for straws in terms of war productivity, we might start dabbling in vehicle variants. Yes, Rainbow Division's on the move. Unicorn Divisions are keeping an eye on Joe, as they should. Yeah, that still doesn't scratch the surface of our supply of heavy tank. Importantly, our increased light production is already getting close to keeping pace with our losses. And so once it catches up and then overtakes, we'll be, restoring our supply of light tank. It means we're able to sustain our armored offensive. As we continue to fight through the bitter Wisconsin winters, the Illinois winter first. If we reach Wisconsin, things have already gone terribly well. Things are doing all right here, though. We've taken St. Louis. What are you going to do about it, MacArthur? Come to anywhere in the continental United States over the next 3 months, if you wanted asking. The front can and will get longer, since we're making progress in British Columbia. Let's just quickly have one of you just get the manual order to take the rest of Vancouver Island. Get that flipped. Expanding the front works in our favor for now. Their side of the line is undermanned, ours isn't. It would be terribly if it weren't for all the divisions we're getting out of reorganized China. But with those in hand, we're able to cover ground. Yes, rainbows are holding strong. Do we have enough piercing weapons to get through the rainbow armor? It's looking like they're doing fine. Actually, let's see, I can consult the rainbow template directly. How much armor does one of these have? Armor rating 46. And a hardness of 10. So I suppose I could just benchmark against one of my own. Yeah, one of our standard infantry divisions would not be able to pierce the armor of our unicorns. Or of the unicorns, especially, since those are even tougher, but also with rainbows. This might mean the end of New Orleans, just the decision to get those heavy tanks out there. However many of them arrived. Yes, they teleported over through the logistics web. And we have units here that are using all 3 generations of weaponry. Grenade, bigger grenade, bomb on stick, all working together. Co-prosperous arsenals. Yep, there we go. Nobody on the opposing lines has enough piercing. No enemy anti-tank units. And oh boy, this is looking good. Look at this amazing 18 reserve units that have already been beaten to exhaustion and have nowhere to go. Yes. This is where it happens. We already have people moving in to secure the other bits of the line. We're about to clamp down on and destroy like a solid 20 to 30 enemy divisions. And then, this entire team is free to sweep back over onto the line. Those rainbows will redistribute themselves across the front and spread joy to all the children. And meanwhile, launch invasion of New Zealand. You ready? Yeah, you're ready. Let's. No, the New Zealand invasion itself still needs another week because we have it just chock full of many, many men. The other ones I'm happy to launch now, though. Were any of you not assigned to a fight? No, everyone's in. Because I have 5 people up in these other island hopping plans. And all our coverage is in place, so go for it. Get that chrome. So what does New Zealand have? Some tungsten in the south. No resources in the north. Decent size industry up here on the North Island, though. Alright, New Orleans itself is about to fall, and that's the only harbor that they have here, so then there will be like 30 divisions trapped and starving on the Gulf Coast. Good. Good, you got this. Crush them. Sub's gonna sub. Yeah, they got like 5-6 guys out here on the Canadian portion of the front. No resistance. Aw, oh, damn. Much of them managed to recover. They're gonna have one last hurrah. Still, we've pushed the line forward. Heavy tanks doing what they should. Heavy tank reserve immediately depleted. Perfect. If only I could apply some sort of aero tank. Yes, this hole in Florida is called a lake. They haven't labeled it on the map here. So I'm not sure which one it is off the top of my head, but yeah. Noticeable lake. A small pole. Alright, we've apparently given the Free Americans control of Missouri. They're on the verge of entering Illinois. Finally, a proper Dutch boat caught out in the open. Fight him good. Exiles? America, what do you do? This behavior will never cease to AIs. Come on. Bill has handed occupation rights of Vancouver Island to the Germans? Alright, Goring, give me access. Don't need any of you. Yeah, weather's a bitch. Let's negate weather problems. There we go, New Orleans is down. Soon the killing blow. 34 Allied divisions trapped. Helpless before our invincible rainbow legions. How are the supply lines holding up on the Canada side? Adequate, only using light infantry out there. And since the Americans aren't putting up heavy resistance on that side of the line, we don't have to worry about it. Now for this pocket, time is on our side. Without proper supply, they will just start attriting and won't be able to recover at all. So we could just bleed them out there. Their only hope would be for some sort of relief force to swoop in and rescue them and retake the port. But that's miles away. As we start to clean up Alabama. So armor tech-wise, we could move up to the OI. Move up to the OI for our heavy, kinda backslide over to the Chibi, or skip the Chibi completely. A more advanced light for use for our quick sliding around units. Because really, I think medium tank speeds, let's see, 9 and 10. Any medium tank would start to slow down our pure motorized units. Medium is more of an accompaniment for mechs, where we haven't started to develop any mech troops at all. We are very decidedly about either all track or no track. None of this in between. Or we could just continue to push the limits of the Speed Boy chassis. Now begins the age of Speedman. Yeah, the modern tank is kind of awkward to pick it up in the late game because it then is its own completely distinct class of vehicle. So you end up being stuck in the position of having to transfer your templates over to this other design, and it's just mutually exclusive. You can't, like, tell a division that was formerly using heavies or mediums to gradually phase out one into the other. So either end up with a pile of old mediums that you won't use anymore, and, you know, a big old gap that you need to fill with all these new moderns. Or you have to engage in some sort of weird, gradual template shuffling and transitioning. Yeah, let me just go ahead and... While we're waiting for lines to slide, let's see. So yeah, this thing... Yeah, so Type 61 here, that's the main battle tank we would pick up. Compared to the hypothetical super heavy we could develop in the Type 2604. Equal defense, main battle tank slightly harder, less attack, and slightly less armor. Better breakthrough, though. And slightly better soft attack. Much faster than a super heavy. And, so yeah, slightly less shooty, but, you know, more durable, far more mobile, far less expensive to build. You can make 3 of these for each of those. It is quite appropriately stated as the capstone tank that serves all of the purposes you want tanks for. It's just waiting at the end of the tank tree. Any day now, New Orleans will fall. We're wearing them down. Replace all these reserves who are at half organization. Current front line is pretty torn up. And let's see. Yeah, it looks like the reinforced chances aren't too great, so there's even the possibility that we might be able to bust this whole pocket down without needing to fight any of the leftover reservists. So what's going on with this mechanic is, so a battlefield is only so wide, just to briefly go into an expository mode for a little while. So yeah, a battlefield is only so wide. There's only so many soldiers that can fight on it efficiently before they start kind of tripping over each other and, you know, losing things to friendly fire and getting commands cross-wired and so forth. And so you can fit up to this much fight on the field efficiently. You can see both of us are overflowing that because we're using units of weird sizes to fight here. But then any extra units you send into a fight that don't fit will sit in the back row and just kind of wait. And then if space opens up during the fight because some other unit got tired and ran off or had to back away from the fighting or was manually told to get out of the way, then these reserve units can tag in. But they're not guaranteed to tag in right away. They only have a certain rate at which they can do that. And if you manage to defeat all of the frontline fighters before any of these guys substitute in, then they all get routed, because they didn't have time to get warned and armed and shuffled and into position. And since these guys have nowhere to run to and nowhere to pull more backup from, we just keep squeezing. And could squeeze a lot faster if Bill would just let us send planes. Bill, you're just giving the sky away, Bill. Don't be that guy who gives up air control. And yeah, there are unit types and equipment that you can use to improve your reinforce rates. It's a very important stat for if you're running a country that uses a lot of swarms of small units, or if you're planning to like engage in the long-term defense of a static area, because you'll need to be rotating fresh bodies in every so often. Alright, so those were going well. Are we ready for New Zealand? Yes. New Zealand invasion plan is executing. Everyone underway. Let's be sure to put that fleet in escort mode. These are your children. Guard them. Soon the sheep and tiny orb birds will be ours. Nothing can stand in our way. And those guys will continue hopping around, seizing the other small isles. For which I will want to keep spreading out the island garrisons. just preemptively tag all of these states, and they should... Come on, interface. They should flood in as soon as we capture the relevant areas. And I will have the folks administrating the occupation of Australia also cover New Zealand once that begins. For which you will need many more horses. Here you go. Fresh batch on the way. Kick him out the door. Alright, good. Just wanted to be sure all of that was flowing normally. Take a quick glance at the other theaters. India looking healthy. France continuing to put pressure on Goring. Supply problems somewhere in Bill. And Synarchists still... Well, they're holding out, and they've gone... What? They have a new port. Good. Synarchists. I bring word of the gun. Enjoy. There we go. That might help them turn the tides a bit. As long as they're able to get some of them there, which this port has a lot more space around it here in Sonora. I think it'll be safer. They're being backed up into the mountains as well, so they probably reasonably dug in. Now, if it weren't for this modifier that's there to... Actually, I like that that's there. Make Civil War participants less likely to try to join a faction and escalate their Civil War into, you know, the World War. That's good. I like that. But yes, if it weren't for that, they'd be willing to join the Sphere. And I'd be happy to have Mexico in the Sphere. Progress being made in collapsing the New Orleans pocket. Soon. Once and for all. How powerful is Speedman compared to what would be possible with the next base light tank? So that's certainly a question. Let's see, get this popped up for if I close the if I close the text screen, that goes away. So might as well just quickly jot a couple of stats on the old post-it note here. Let's see, defense 6, hardness 70, hard attack 9, armor 30, breakthrough 46, soft attack 18, speed 14k, and 50 armor piercing rating. Production cost 10 per unit. For a baseline Type 3 light tank. Supply issues in New Zealand because we have hit the beaches in New Zealand. Good. So meanwhile, Speedman over there. Yeah, slightly worse defense and breakthrough. Equal hardness. Slightly better attack ratings on Speedman. A little bit slower. Better piercing rating, lower production cost. So yeah, it's close on a lot of stats, but in general, moving up to the next chassis would be better. But that does make it close, and it's lower cost, so puts it pretty firmly into that strategic decision of, okay, more or better unit. And there is nothing defending New Zealand. Wow. Anti-tank weapon improvements. Improve gear or improve. Well, let's see. I got all the core economic stuff down. Got all my computing tech. Got my. Yeah, start on rockets. Eventually, we will want the jet engine for things. Jet engines, maybe rocket artillery as well. Those are nice. Yeah, we're already working on atoms. And all the industry stuff is done. The only thing waiting under the industry tab is if we wanted to go to higher level oil refining, which is no longer a big deal, so it would be wasted effort for our current situation. Convoy raid, harmless. There we go. I think that will reasonably automate out the occupation of New Zealand here. Oh, they have one token division. Apparently they have a dozen somewhere in the world. Not at home, though. They're off having grand adventures. Meanwhile, we just push over... push over the government and get them co-prospering. We'll secure Middle-earth. Meanwhile, yeah, Canadian offensive's doing great. Nothing but distracting the Americans, and if they're able to keep rolling forward, then we can kind of encircle. In a grand, broad sense, we'll be able to have something to wrap around their backs. Eventually. And there. New Orleans is dealt with. All these units will automatically redistribute themselves to other active plans from their respective armies. Good stuff. Let's decommission some of these rainbows, though, since we have used up most of the heavy tank. Yeah, back to regular infantry. Keep going until we have enough tough boy in use for everyone. Now the day is rolled over. Well, I would expect you to get supplied. Where's your stuff? Where are we sending heavy tank if not to you guys right here? Did all of you somehow get depleted and need resupply? No, you're full. As you should be, having just sat here in Manchuria this whole time. And yes, yes, good. Illinois. Illinois doing what it should. Chicago is in sight. We are going through a lot of light tank. But we're making 6 new speedmen every day. Where do we have a damaged factory? We get Kashmir? Because we still hold Kashmir. Strategic reason to be hostile to me? Fuck off, Free India! I made you! Oh yes, that is a mechanical technicality that'll work in our favor. One that I've always felt as an oversight. So, well, one half of it is, so in order to be in supply, they have to be able to trace a line back to their capital to get, like, the good stuff. They'll be able to get a little bit out of the major cities that are out here, which aren't particularly large cities, so they'll be pretty constrained. You can't feed much of an army on just Wisconsin. Not on its own. So they need to be able to trace a route back to the capital, which, the way things are on the map now, can only be done by land, which we will sever once we hit Chicago, because they won't be able to trace supply lines via Canada. And for some reason, the thing I feel is a shortfall and an oversight, there's no, like, supply routes over the Great Lakes. While they're drawn on the map, they kind of functionally don't exist in the mechanics. They aren't here, they're just cosmetic. Even though, in the event of such a military action here, you'd be seeing supply convoys zooping back and forth across the lakes in order to accomplish such things. There's a lot of commerce that happens on this seaway. And when there has been military action within North America in the past, there have been naval actions on the Great Lakes. I think even in particular during the World War, some particularly adventurous U-boats were able to sneak all the way up the river into the lakes. Scoot around, take photos, be rude guests. The St. Lawrence is there as a river to be fought across for defensive purposes, but not as a navigable body of water which major commerce passes through. Now, there's similarly no detailed modeling for, like, being able to move supplies across, say, the Caspian here, or the Aral, when people are fighting out in this area. In the stands. And I believe in particular, part of the foundation for why they cut that corner is that pathfinding over the ocean, the math for it is a lot simpler if you can assume all parts of the ocean are adjacent to all other parts of the ocean. If you know that wherever you are at sea, you can trace a line to any other part of the sea. And that only holds true so long as you don't have isolated pockets of water, such as would exist with all these lakes and inland seas and other major bodies of water that don't quite have a full seaway going to them. Like people have in other Hearts of Irons modded those bodies of water into being full ocean zones, and it causes problems. Alright, good. We're nearly hitting the wasteland with our action in Canada. Guys, so when I gave you those orders to fight, I expected you to do fights, guys. Just do the fights. You're here now. Invade. You have my blessing. Go forth and destroy. Much better. We're seeing continued slow progress everywhere else on the American line. Momentum is being maintained. American industry down to about 150 in both fields. Whereas we have about 50 and 100 on the Free America side of the line. It should start to turn over much more aggressively very soon. And we're finishing up on that wall of arms factories that I was panic buying. Good stuff. Those were all to help with the equipment shortfall. That would be greatly appreciated. Steel and oil are needed. Good. Steel, I should shortly be able to pry from the Americas once I've flipped them over from their America to our America. And oil is abundant now that we have Texas. We've had Texas for a whole year now, and it's been good shit. Let's see, have any of those shipments made it to Mexico yet? Yes. Many thousands of gun have reached the Mexican synarchists. Get more submarine doctrine going. What templates do I have logistic teams attached to? Primary. Do I have them on the garrison team? No, I don't. Duly corrected. Just keep creating more tank. So, over in the bill zone here. Strategic bombers ready. How spread out have these fronts gotten? Yeah, they just kind of keep exploding out into spanning the whole continent. It is 44 now. Yeah, next generation fighter. Lay it on me. Someday, when we're permitted to fight an air war over our own damn runways, we're gonna give it the best. Top of the line performance. Alright, so lines. Regular men extend out to here, or they extend further. How far is the regular man line going at this point? Strangely far. Right there. There we go. Focus their attention to the east. And meanwhile, instead, get the special forces turning their attention a bit more southward. Since right now they're starting to wander off into the depths of Canada, which, while it will be nice to capture all of that, it's lower priority than breaking key U.S. war industries. Oh, this is a helpful UI widget that I spent a long time not being aware of. Just inside of your general Army, Navy, and Air Force things, you can pop out a little quick list of just all the categories of gear your Army is using and how much is available versus how much is actually accounted for. We're at like half our motor vehicle allotment. We're very undersupplied on, truck, tank, car with gun. Air Force is running swimmingly. Just majestically sitting idle because Bill won't let us fly. The overall war progress bar here. Yes, the reorganized Chinese units are definitely contributing their fair share. Romania has all of its surrender progress. Hey, Romania's bouncing back! Nice! Knew you had it in you, Romania. See, you're fine. You've got this. You're great at this. You are prospering like a pro. Beach Lords, please. Finish fighting. It's not that we have enough anti-tank weapons to break a small armored division with just regular infantry and some artillery support. They've tightened up their defenses. Let's take a look at some of the battles that are going on right now. MacArthur back there. Alright, even half-equipped are motor units. Throwing a lot of firepower down against MacArthur. Should be chewing up these infantry. What kind of modifiers are going on? It doesn't seem like there's any weather getting in our way here. Invest more effort into the rocket. It seems to be just raw number of enemy soldiers that are managing to slow us down. They've just rushed enough people to the middle of the front to try and support it. But that creates opportunities elsewhere. And slowly but surely, Free America is establishing its own army. Bill might not fold the moment we look away to deal with other more important theaters. Yeah, it feels like there's a bunch of spots where I could try to intervene and manage the line harder. Go faster gains. For the most part, I'm satisfied with our performance here. And as we drag more land into the hands of Bill, he has more material to trade over to us. What kind of trade law is Bill running right now? Export focus. Comfortable middle road. Things are starting to look inevitable around here. Just be sure that all of our tank units keep their eyes on the main prize there. All for Chicago. Chicago, then on to Detroit. Yeah, I have all these fortifications I was planning to build ages ago, back when I was thinking that we might end up under assault and under threat and needing to safeguard the homeland against some sort of vast, unstoppable enemy army. Enough of that. Anti-aircraft guns are for nerds who can't keep control of their skies from the skies. Keep the harbor upgrades. Harbors, roads, airports, those are all well and good regardless. Well, refineries, get out of here. None of that. We have all the rubber we'll ever need. Rubber is everywhere. Bill. I don't mind, but I also don't understand, Bill. I guess they took a focus for it somewhere. Anyway, Bill is also interested in the atom. We can't trust Bill with the atom. We're gonna have to do something about that. Closer and closer still. Chicago looms. Any day now, Chicago. Yeah, you guys, crush this. Let's do a whole lot of simplifying of this front. Step 1, destroy. Want these Dakotas dealt with. The loner units could use a couple of attack lines to deal with. Or maybe just simplify it into the one. Yeah, there we go. Just win. Start walking. Do not stop until the enemy has surrendered. Once the Beach Lords finish up with New Zealand and its surprising amount of invasion paperwork. And we move on to New Horizons. Need so much steel though. can just finish taking down regular America. Hundreds of steel are waiting for us. With that in mind, maybe try down Wisconsin first? Nah, Michigan's more important. Wisconsin will fall into place once the north, the mid, when the plains collapse, once we're through the Dakotas. I missed a rainbow. Just the one stray batch of heavy tanks still operating out here. Well, they gravitated towards where we need heavy firepower, so good on you. I'll allow it. Do we have any more spare Grand Tough Boy? We do. How fast are we using them? Not too fast yet. So let's swap you guys over to heavy as well. Tank it up. Alright, if we can drop Nashville, we grab the steel in Tennessee. Right, yeah, they're still at work on just a grand general offensive, no particular objectives. Just swooping through the south and setting up near Washington. Just get to Virginia, I don't care how you do it. Would I get Gunfleet into New Orleans? Nope. No valid routes for it. Go back to escort patrols across the west. Bill, what part of military access don't you understand? You let me send my weapons to your land, so we fight the other guy, who we agree is bad, Bill. This is diplomacy, Bill. Could get myself better supply ranges if I managed to island hop through all the extremities. We'll work on it. Gradually rearrange my submarine patrols. Make sure that I'm asserting control over the appropriate areas. Take bases, get paid. If I can establish the range for it, I will just storm the canal. Who am I working right now for popularity? Mexico, Russia, Argentina, Canada, Chile, Panama. Yeah, if I can just get Panama the country on hand, then I can move in, set up, attack the canal from land, seize it, and then boat to freedom. Things have been going pretty smoothly alright for us. Chicago now under direct attack. I'm not sure if America has another year of fighting in her or not. America, free America, is preferentially exporting to the Soviets over me. Bill. Anarchists have fallen. Oh well. Now a bunch of our guns are in the hands of the Mexican government. Till such time as we can get round 2 going. Someday. Just lay low. We'll be back for you. Right, I already have an active coup attempt going in Panama. Scheduled for October of this year. And Panama is only one state large. So that might just succeed when it rises up. Romania, strong and free. More islands to hub, more beaches to raid. More almost done with New Zealand. Just keep going, guys. You got this. They've repelled at least one attack on Chicago. We're up there now. And supply is looking hellish. Or at least less than great. And we're just overstressing. Like this whole Midwest supply zone here. Just a little overtapped, and we'd have to rely on Bill to make new roads. Yeah, I already have a logistics team attached to my tank division. So that's not the answer. Let's scale back the tank count on the individual divisions. That might help. I mean, we're already in a tank shortage, so it's not like any of those were full. We're just admitting that we're understaffed and reducing the quota. Well, looks like we have another attack going. Everybody wants to show up for the fight, but a lot of them are straggling behind. 5 enemy divisions garrisoning the city. Nobody on their western flank. So, alright, never mind. Some have arrived. Shortage of 65 steel. Bill, sell me the metal. Look at all that material you're giving away to the wrong people, Bill. That is Russia, Bill. They're not your friends, Bill. They didn't make you. Another island down. Another island pair down. I could import steel from Goring, but then we'd be running the risks of having it torn up as it's trying to travel, which, actually, we have a decent convoy production economy going. In fact, some of that steel would be going into producing those convoys, so sure. Goring! Send me metal. I remember your predecessor had floated some sort of steel pact with the embassy previously. I imagine that must have been some kind of trade deal. We didn't really read over it in detail. We were busy defeating China. What is the current Swede status? Neutral. Neutral and allied leaning, but still neutral. Uninvolved in worldly affairs. The aloof and reclusive Swede. Alright, New Zealand down. Overwhelming prevalence of Italians? Excuse me? Italians? What Italians? I can only guess that what has happened here is that wherever the New Zealand army is, Ben has fought enough of them to have earned war score against New Zealand that technically outweighed the score we have for actually occupying New Zealand? Thanks, Goring. How did you do this to us? Well, this is occupied by Italians now, I get, or at least not even actually. We control the state. They just technically have their hands on a bunch of land. Senseless. Alright, so I don't need those. Yeah, both those lines can be cleared out. And beach lords, you can start drawing you up more plans. We have all this New Zealand industry under control. Ready for action. Okay, so more invasion lines that I need to draw. Get me one of those. One of these. A little of that. So many islands. And then we can clean up some of this as well. Alright, now if I take a beach lord and assign them to each of these lines. We should be able to achieve some results. Well, actually, put you over there. Yeah. Put you there. You two haven't even secured your port yet. They all just ended up on that one. Or no, only the one. Alright, good. Alright, that's the first bunch of invasion lines drawn. Let's see, what else can I get? Jumped it there. Yeah, just take advantage of all my Hawaiian bases. Just use a week to plan 24 individual micro invasions. And there, I suppose a larger one I could prepare is the attack on Ceylon. Since that's a work in progress. Oh, just 3 days for single divisions. Nice. So yeah, just in a weekend, the Beach Lord, an individual batch of Beach Lords can throw together an invasion plan. Huh, more of the world's remaining rubbers here. Attack on Chicago, ongoing. Little uncoordinated. Yeah, that's most of what's happening here. We're getting attacks initiated by the line infantry. And the battle is ending before any of our armor is having a chance to actually join the fight. There we go. Break on through. Where'd those rainbows wander off to? All the way down here. A lot of shuffling going on. I'll allow it. Oh, one more unit ready. Alright. Thanks muchly. Apply directly to the lone team. Get on that Boro line. And actually, since things are no longer in peril out here, let's tell you guys to be more aggressive. had them on cautious when they were desperately rushing out to fill gaps and take names, but now we can be angry. You as well. No more of this cautious stance garbage. Caution is for losers. We are here to triumph. Regular stance for regular men. And there's our new fighter chassis. That, but boat size. Yeah, that'll be an all-around better fighter. We can make 1.5 of them a day. Well, that's with a small aluminum shortage having sprung up. We're already buying all of America's aluminum. Goring. Since I've heard this could be the one thing you're capable of, just send us some light metal. Come on, Chicago. This is all before we picked up night assault tactics. 2 more weeks and we'll have figured out nocturnal warfare. Our mighty trained war owls will terrorize the night. Almost done cutting the states in half. And almost done reaching Alaska. Tennessee still out of our control. Just gonna go ahead and create a little short-term objective here with regular men of, like, seriously, I want this city. The sooner I can stop importing material from Goring, the better it is for everyone. Although most of that steel problem is that I've been escalating boat production to the nth degree. Look at this, we have 2 full destroyer lines going now. 2 of each, well, only 1 of submarine. But yeah, 2 full lines of each of our main surface ships. Now we're filling out with more convoys. Someday we might create mid-weight boats to pad out our navy. For now, only the extremes. Largest boat, smallest boat, nothing in between. navy is quite large. Let's see, Japan Fleet 3 there. 3 out of 4 carriers ready. And a healthy screen building up around them. Oh, it happened. It happened. We breached Chicago. Illinois is under the control of Free America. Noble team, you have earned some amount of a break. Your next objective is Detroit. Turn east and never look back. And the slightest bit of extra free American steel. Alright, so what's that doing on the big board here? 75 and 130-ish. There, down to, say, 120, 120. Good. This is the tipping point. Once we flip a few more states, Free America will start to outproduce regular America. Then everything falls into place. I suppose we have some rubber. A bit. And there's our night tactics. There we go. We just became 25% better at the phase of combat where everyone is terrible. 24-hour warfare. Let's go. No rest. Only victory. Yeah, like, let's see. Yeah, it was evening in America just then. We'll wait for the next night to roll around and then take a look at the combat results. The Beach Lords planned any of their raids? Several of them. But they have a lot of repositioning to do. Alright, it's night in America. Let's look at some battles. Your stats are tiny, but that's because you're a tiny loner militia division. But yeah, look at that. Normally, Dark would be taking away half of their stats. We get half of that penalty back. Good stuff. Yeah, it's such that that battle is actually progressing in our favor anyway, despite the tiny numbers. Alright, over here we have a couple of our more proper units, and yeah, these retaining like 300 firepower out of 400. And we've already lost Chicago. Easy come, easy go. That's fine. It'll probably just trade hands a little bit, back and forth. These things. Yeah, the equipment deficits are getting smaller. Please tell me someone is already marching into this empty space. Go claim Des Moines! It's right there! There is nothing protecting Des Moines. It's yours now. We're nearly through the Dakotas. And I've connected with Alaska. As we start to drive many American soldiers deep into the tundra. Alright, there. MacArthur is now defending Des Moines. At least put pressure on him, guys. That's all we ask. Of the many things we ask, that's all. Alright, there we go. A little bit to surround Chicago. Cut them off from the eastern lines. That's progress. That'll help us reclaim the city. And along the south, we're making headway. Gibraltar is defeated. Gibraltar has fallen to someone. Presumably Fargo again? I guess they briefly lost it. Or ownership was transferred to the Germans. Scoring. France doing well. Alright, authorizing those horses has pushed us back into the low manpower warning, but you know, it's that 1.9 million low manpower. Low for a major. Oh, Chicago's back. Good stuff. A lot of situation in the Hawaiian Ridge. Alright, that's because I'm crowding a lot of units into Hawaii itself. Surprising, since they have extremely high level ports. I guess the infrastructure is just not keeping up. Let's change that. That's a very important base, and I will give it all due attention. USS Hornet, still at large. Just attacked some of our transports. It looks like the division itself didn't die, though. Gunfleet. Your arch enemy is still out there. Take him out. American capitulation progress. Getting close to half. pesky rogue hornet. Black intel on the Micronesian gap. Ah, over here. Workable. And I suppose we also, yeah, we need Pacific Line Ridge and French Polynesia to cover all of our targets. So does Japan Fleet 3 here. Does not have their carrier yet, but I could send them out on missions regardless. They can just receive their boats automatically once they're equipped, so... Convoy escort duty in the mid-Pacific. Roll you and don't even need to roll. Rocket engines figured out. It's your time to shine. Also like to find where this pile of miscellaneous destroyers are. Fuse them into that new fleet, then they'll be pretty well good to go. Alternatively, I can have them be the vanguard of the next new fleet. You just stay there. And with that, let's start to figure out the jet engine. Apparently you can drive a plane with explosions? I suppose that's already how a combustion engine works. Explosions in tiny tubes. This just takes that to the next level. let the explosion out of the tube. At this rate, Washington is not going to need atoms to persuade it to fall. London, or perhaps a retaken Paris, is a more likely recipient of atoms. So we have to get back around into Europe. Romania, looking on rough times there. Don't worry, we believe in you. Stay strong, Romania. We'll be by to help you eventually. At first convenience. Pacific Line Ridge lacks intel. Guess that fleet hasn't arrived yet. Yeah, there we go. Only now are they in position. Yeah, that's all our admirals in play. Yeah, the Swiss have been holding on. The Swiss are an active participant in this war. They attacked Goring. Just punched him square in the underbits, Italy bouncing back again. Romania. Don't worry. Just keep fighting. We'll save you someday, Romania. Fall into slumber. We will call you back in 1,000 years. Romania stood alone against the Allies for quite a while there. They'll be fine. Like, the moment we start reoccupying Romanian territory, they'll pop back into existence. Their surrender just means that they won't be able to count as a relevant power within our alliance for the duration of the war. We'll set them back up and they'll exist again, but they won't need to be re-defeated to force the surrender of the alliance. If, hypothetically, one of our major opponents got the upper hand on us and, wow, look at this progress. Look at this breakout. Chicago is holding well, and we are just diving for Detroit. There's Detroit and Ohio, onto Pennsylvania. All this vital war material. Bill has extra steel again. Or, no, that's the aluminum pile. Bill has extra aluminum! You can stop buying Goring's aluminum. Bill does not have much spare steel. And we're nearly done our binge on shipyards. Where all the while we're still leaving space open for further development in the homeland. A lot of that's going to be civilian. Some of that will be atoms. Because, yeah, now we've managed to militarize heavily enough that we are swinging some high-grade arms industry. Yeah, we have as many gun factories. We have more gun factories than Joe, by even the most generous estimates. More than Churchill. So yeah, we're doing pretty ace on the weapons side of things and on the boatsmithing side of things. Start turning a bit of our attention back to the butter side of the gun butter spectrum. Just making sure to leave space for atoms. Starting to build a decent degree of support for some sort of nationalist Russia. So that will be an option when it's time to turn our attention elsewhere. But for now, allies first. First, we deal with the democracies. They're the ones we're already invested in and the ones that have the most reach that we need to topple. I'm intending to put a nuclear reactor in just every state of the home islands. Once you do have them active, each reactor is worth about 1 bomb's worth of fuel per year. So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So with 10 of those, we would have nearly a monthly bomb. Flavorfully, I feel like it makes no sense to set up something as strategically valuable as an atomic reactor in non-core territory. Gun, cement, sure, those are fine. But atoms, those are important. We gotta keep those close to home. Closely guarded. Oh yeah, this old miscellaneous fleet that was on Coast Guard duty deep in our territory way back in the day. We can get you reassigned. Yeah, you'll just help fill gaps in our invasion coverage as we're cleaning up the islands. Tomorrow, Hawaii will start to see the benefits of some new infrastructure development. Just build one massive road all the way across. Bridges for every island. And Detroit is now under fire. Good. As more of our armored divisions start to swap out to the new gear. As more of our speed boys become speed men. We'll see improved performance all around. And just meanwhile, we've also reached Cleveland. U.S. military production dipping closer to the 100 mark. Free Americans making their way to the 80s, and they've reached parity on civilian manufacturing. And in Florida, we've made contact with the Atlantic. Push them into the sea. We did it in New Orleans, we can do it in Miami. Just round them up. Push them back. And supply problems happening up in the north, to be expected. Supply problems happening on the tiny islands as we land on them, also expected. All of our various mapped out invasions, cleaning up these isles. There we go. Just queue up a bit of scrub garrison infantry to help pad out the numbers on the islands. Since a lot of these are also suppressing partisan activity by being out there, at this point there is no real military threat to any of our island holdings. And Tennessee has flipped. Amazing. Something we were waiting for on the metal production front. No, wrong one. Just show me what you got. Let's see what's at. 200 imported steel. There we go. Metal supply situations. And yeah, I should reassign some more guys to deal with things down here. Or upgun the relevant local infantry. Four guys who have made themselves a part of this line. Taste the rainbow. And I'll just skim off a couple of spare loners to back him up. The other important metric that I've been regularly looking at: rising size of the Free American Army, from non-existent to tangible, useful. Detroit has fallen. More precious American industry flipped over to the land of the truly free. And yeah, you've got the right idea. Get that, Alaska. Oh, hey, actual resistance. There's a handful of Greeks here. And no one guarding the other harbor. Good. Perfect. Now, one of you attack. One of you scooch over and then attack. And the last of you secure the supply line. And that will be the end of British rubber, I think. Outside of, like, the little scraps of it that they're able to pull out of Africa. Comparatively, I suppose they add up to something. 185 total in the remains of the British Empire, 116 of which is here. So they'll be down to sub-100 rubber overall. Right, so Australia and New Zealand are behaving themselves. So I'm going to deploy another wave of occupation cavalry. Create them a new unit that is actually going to be the start of a whole new theater. Since our Indian and African follow-up campaigns are, with the goal of eventually reaching Europe. This is the Eurofight theater. The road to Eurofight. And there's our new carrier plane. We haven't been fighting anything in the air, so we're not getting any air exp. It's tragic. My ambitions for Africa are limited. I suppose... Wow, that is a lot of chrome. You don't deserve that chrome. We can take South Africa down. Secure the Cape. Apparently no strategic resources in Madagascar. But the primary goal with going to Africa is to take Egypt and the Suez, so we can then bust into the Mediterranean. And then that is our gateway to Europe. Alright, amphibious attack division, please do not get bounced off of this. Do not create that inconvenience for me again. Not when you have all this fine, loving ground support. Everybody is here for you. Good, they made it. Finish the job. Which, actually, since things against the USA are shaping up so well, I don't think I'll need to attack Panama. That should get flipped when they capitulate to the Free Americans. Meanwhile, over on the shore, fighting around Charleston. Breakthrough in Tennessee being followed up on. Should get some mountaineers down here. That's really where the good fighting's gotten. They're all scattered throughout the tundra right now. Buddy, relax. So, surrender progress. America up to 67. Canada. Canada less so, but that's because even fewer of Canada's victory points are out here. We haven't bitten into the bulk of the Canadian population. We'll hire a proper gentleman to sit on our cabinet. We're very polite about this whole blatant imperialist ambitions thing. You know, we're annexing your country, we're seizing your resources and your industry and putting them to work, we're conscripting your people. For peace, for prosperity. We have a plan. Everyone, don't worry about it. Michigan's falling under control. And we have a substantial portion of the U.S. Army trapped in Minnesota. So I could have my armor either drive for Ottawa, although that involves fighting over the narrows around the lakes, so they're not really suited for it. Or, the line is nice and thin here. I could have them push for Washington. Get them set up for it. Alright, something about the lines of the regular men has gotten completely out of whack here. Regular men. Reining this back in. In fact, I could just... yeah, this seems to be just a point where the lines split when we hit the lakes. Looks like it's been dealt with. Yeah, reeled back over to there. Or has it? There's the loner line. Has it just fallen into compressed space? American military production has fallen below 100 points. Likewise, civilian. Free American is now passing the 100 mark. And up to 200 civilian, nearly. The tipping point. They're also adding the western provinces. And most of the fighting to secure Ceylon nearly complete. House Islands. Looking secure. Well, several of them are. Several others have not yet been properly addressed. Good ongoing efforts to beat trade. Yeah, just make sure there's no gaps in the island garrison's painting here. Yep, they've been handed responsibility for all relevant zones. Very good. The hell? Tiny isolated dots. Control of Saskatchewan has been handed over to the German Reich. Goring. Bill. What am I gonna do with you? What are our current tank supplies? Within 2 months of being refilled. Close enough. Old rifle warehouse slowly being worn down. New submarine doctrine looking nice. Finish off the captured stuff though. Progress being made in Florida. And we're giving more than as good as we get for casualty exchanges here in America. This is somehow all still one continuous line. Astounding. Washington itself is worth 40 of the enemy's remaining victory points. New York's another 30, though. Yeah, plenty of high-value cities clustered over here. I'd say Ceylon is secure. Soon be time to poke the hornet's nest. Once you get out of the low levels, submarines have pretty extensive operational range. You can just kind of send them anywhere. Makes them the kind of paradoxically best unit for supporting naval invasions as far as all the zoning and control requirements needed. Only a month behind on support equipment now. Seems like fair enough reason to ease off on this extra build here. Need more speedmen. Guys, Cleveland's been overrun, pushing on to Pittsburgh. And the whole Minnesota group is slowly being closed in on. As we enter the summer of 44. America, in dire peril. We stand poised to deliver the killing blow. Rubber in Kentucky. We must have... well, no, this is just here. If it were synthesized, then there'd also be oil there. Oh wait, they have that rubber synthesis idea sitting around. Yeah, the reserve company. There we go, that's what it is. Just gave them 10 tires. We have nearly 2,000 surplus rubber that we're not using. Terrifying. Where, meanwhile... the United Kingdom now exports a whole 5 rubber. Out of their overall production of 11. Now, they have tens of thousands of aircraft already built and in service, but their ability to replace those is going to be absolutely crippled. Whereas, once we get into a protracted Arab war, and are permitted to enter a protracted Arab war somewhere, we can go full ham on building all of the planes everywhere. Oh, I think I know what's going on here. Way back in the day, I instructed my regular templates to never resort to using basic infantry equipment. I am now okay with them using basic infantry equipment. There we go. Now it will see use. America now 85% of the way towards capitulation. What's American unity at? Only 55. So we'll be able to do this with just a couple more major cities. We might not even have to hit Washington. Pittsburgh was already a pretty big deal. Buffalo wouldn't be enough. Not really. I think at this point most of the other high-value targets are actually farther than Washington. Yeah, Washington is the prize. Break the center. Free American unity is at 70%. And they have... I don't even know. Or, wait, I have to look at the stats in the other war that the Free American Empire is technically in. They've taken 102,000 casualties there. America has taken 400,000 under that label. It must be hell for all the military statisticians to categorize who was shot by which bullets. Russia is still nominally fighting Finland in what is the Russo-British Cold War here. The false war between democracy and communism. Just simply sat idle for years. Oh wait! The fall of Romania created a front. Now they're exchanging fire, at last. Good. All of that build-up that Joe had along the Romanian border, now it's going into action. Maybe they'll free Romania for us. They'll end up just reoccupying. Maybe it'll be a new Romania someday. Maybe we'll have to save Romania from the Russians. America first, though. America first. Really, they consider all of that just one province. So yeah, I'll have the beach lords continue to queue up more island hopping so we can set ourselves up to assault some nice beaches. Ideally skip over Africa proper and try to just get the canal itself. We've already fought several big land wars in mediocre to terrible infrastructure. Let's not add another to that list yet, especially when we're already planning to fight in Siberia, of all places. We have 30% support for Russian fascists. Will not schedule any armed uprisings inside the Soviet Union until after we have the ink on the page for American surrender. Roosevelt, the land est. Alright. We're hitting the Appalachians. Well, we're like halfway through the Appalachians. Not slowing down yet. After America is down, there will be a lot of rearranging to do. Some of which I could get out of the way now. Yeah, these units are entirely operating along the Canadian front. Switch you down to regular garrisons. Take away your fancy toys and just make you common line-holding riflemen. Also, furthermore, you guys don't run attacks anymore. Just relax. Just hold lines. Like you used to. Soon you'll go home. The hobbits do the attacking. There we go. They're crumpling under the pressure. Ongoing, horrific, life-devouring infantry war continuing to swing in our favor. My Mountaineers have not logistics teams. Have a logistics team. You've earned it. Snack management divisions. Yeah, their responsibility will be the North. As a whole. I can just force American surrender. Everything about this simplifies and peel off all sorts of bulk units and redistribute them elsewhere. Manpower has declined steadily since the start of the session, but a lot of that has been recruitment rather than casualties. We're only at about 600,000 dead. Additional since start. Atoms. Atoms research is damn slow when you don't have an atom-related focus. It's gonna take more than a year to figure out how to build a reactor. Next time I can afford a government mod, I might ease off from total mobilization to war economy. Get that 3% back. Because we're producing well. We could afford a bit more consumer ratio. We are assisting a wimpy ingrate like Bill, because said wimpy ingrate is the only way we got our foot in the door at all. It was exactly what we needed in order to get any of this started in the first place, and receive vast gobs of delicious oil. He is owed at least that he is our oil supplier. Should he one day begin to threaten our oil, then there will be a murdering. Yeah, we've nearly made up the motorized gap. We're down to being within weeks of recovering. Second Mexican coup is now being financed. I do not need to be boosting popularity in Canada anymore. Now that Canada is under fire, and we're establishing popularity that other way. Door to door. America at 86% progress. Bit of an American counterattack around Buffalo. Right, now let's clear all regular man plans at the moment. New plan. There you go. Loners will hold the line. Let's see, is there... No, it doesn't look like they put us straight up there. So one division of the Hobbit Corps doing assigned to this weird-ass boundary. Five loners there. Apparently 44 loners here? What's going on with that? What have you done? Alright, so I want most of you to stay on this line over here, guys. This is where you live. Just transfer a handful of you back to that other line. There we go. I think we've properly split all of these assets. This weird phantom line continues to exist, though. What is this monstrosity? said select the guys who are on this line so that I can then draw them a nice attack line and then tell them to execute said line. And meanwhile, Florida team is doing fine. Yeah, hey, bunch of units who are suffering horrible deadly attrition. Yeah, shift out of there. Don't be here. Be anywhere else. At least Bill has an army now. And now we have practical jet engine. So with that, we'll be able to next year break out into the jet fighter and the jet tactical bomber and the jet strategic bomber. All fine additions to our flying machines. Although there's still plenty of use for the propeller planes. All within, well, yeah, within the scope of the game. Let's go ahead and compare. So, jet aircraft. Trade out whale cost for tungsten. More surface manpower, equal range, better air attack, much higher speed. Lower agility, but that is in some part due to our manufacturer buff there. Similar reliability, slightly higher production cost. So yeah, mostly speed. This is what those first generation jet aircraft have. Naval battle. Enemy cruiser. Getting in a fight with our carrier birds. Hornet's still out there. It is our rival. Gunfleet, what is your status? Your new mission, kill. Hornet lives. Hornet must burn. There you are. And this. Go get him. You got this gun. Whichever of you slays that whale. Got in plenty of damage. Nothing destroyed. Finish the job, gun. America does not like having its people put in the corner here. They're trying to escape from Minnesota. Once more. Where do you think you're going, Hornet? I know it's you! Fight me, Hornet. Fight me, Fletcher. Frank Jack. Developing the fly swatter trait. Good on you, Yamamoto. Did we do it? Did we do it? Did it happen? I think it happened. Fly swatter Yamamoto. The Bee Slayer. Come on, come. Nope, it got away. Hornet still lives. So somewhere I have air wings that I've made active, but yeah, you guys don't need to be doing anything right now. Relax. I'm just all idle at your airport. No need to have operational losses off of just senseless noodling around. And yes, I do see that boat fight warning. Round 3. You can't hide from me, Hornet. To the ends of the earth, Hornet! No, one of my old destroyers bit it. Do you need backup, Yamamoto? Should I send more boats? I can send you more boats. There you are. Finally, it is done. For a destroyer and 10 planes. USS Hornet is no more. Felled. Let the carrier Junyo. Finally. Hornet. You know, get my mountaineers out of Canada. . There is nothing in that part of the front that's worth aggressing over. Nothing that can't be done by just ordinary load-bearing infantry. Every one of you is getting called south for the winter. Migrate! September of 44. A year since session start, and progress has been. Progress were. Let's see, yep. That's flipped nicely. Well, no, that's another garrison piece. Are we yet out of enemy islands in the Pacific? Has that happened? The final islands were hopped. Wait, up north, but those will flip when we force America to surrender. That I'm not worried about. Hornet is dead. The sea is safe at last. Clean up all these old plans. Beach lords just leaving their maps everywhere. Shameful. Friends of Hornet soon to follow. $69-day equipment deficit. Very nice. I'm gonna put the armor defensive on pause here. Because we've rammed into the mountains, they aren't doing any good. It'll be up to the mountaineers to do the lifting there. If anything, I should switch them over here and have them try to collapse the Minnesota belt there. Aircraft development continuing as we bring everything up to peak propeller. The finest non-jet aircraft that we will ever need. Accidentally stripped a bunch of resources out of Florida. I took away the rainbows. Unintended side effect of sweeping the board fleet elsewhere. Let's fix that. And support equipment, finally a surplus again. One that's under a lot of strain because of all the active fighting. And possibly only temporary because I stripped all that support gear off of the heavy garrisons. But whatever. Cause enough for celebration. A reason to escalate production of Speedman. Once the Mountaineers get over there, everything will change. What are these? This horrible snarl they've created. Alright, having concluded that the lake is haunted, I'm just gonna... There. Our divisions will be reassigned to this much flatter land, where they can do the work. And then, after America folds, we can punch into Canada across the St. Lawrence. Disregard all of this horrid North Ontario swamp. We don't need Manitoba for this. For someone not acquainted with the shape of Canada, this is Quebec over here. And also this over the... Yeah, this... that the game calls the St. Lawrence Zone, that is also part of Quebec. These bits, this is Quebec. They are right there, the capital is where it is to be on the border between Ontario and Quebec. That is where we will be going when we are done with the U.S. So we don't have to engage in any crossings of any of those. We'll just punch that way. And Charleston's finally down. Yes, it'll be up to the Mountaineers to make the final breakthrough up here. This is not a tank-friendly environment. This is quite friendly for tanks. It has a lot of holes in it. Des Moines is defenseless again. Go! You fools! Our chance to end Iowa once and for all. Are you not on a plan somehow? Loners, please stop falling into that lake. Hey look, an isolated man. There's these Marines trapped in Central Dakota. End them. Right, the former home garrison force is entirely responsible for the sparsely populated north bits of the front, which are largely abandoned these days, so I am ready to ship them home. Ship them home and then downsize their ranks. Since that's an army that was put together under the expectation that, the homeland might ever fall under direct threat. That just didn't play out. So let's send them back, and then also get some of them just fired. I'll sort out which ones after I've brought them home, but for now, yeah, just leave. You're good. Home garrison is getting out of there. Now, Ceylon here is going to be a major staging area for all of my eventual towards Europe operations. I'm going to start pre-positioning a bunch of soldiers out there. Beach Lords will be promptly reclassified as Eurofight divisions. Rough supplies in South Carolina. We'll manage. Mountaineers are starting to reach the proper attack line. The push for Washington, starting soon. Alright, tanks, roll. Motor gap is filled. Good. Just gonna ease off on this overflow motorized. Push efforts down into other products. Again? To the French? Goring, what have you done? France, what have you done? How did you migrated? Like, Vichy's back. North France is under German occupation. France has moved into West Germany? They're just gonna trade places. What a weird Europe. Are we sure we want to get involved in this crazy continent? What is happening? Soviets have gone through Romania. Romania has not been released as a result of this. There's just Russian occupation over former Romanian territory. We can call that our justification to attack Joe when the time comes. That's what we say. It's to free Romania. From the communism. Switzerland's taking a little bit of area. It's bits of Austria, for the most part. Oh, they reached Munich. Yeah, you keep having that World War there, Europe. So, keep track of some other metrics here. American war production, now down into the 80s. pre-American war production up into the 120s. And boatyards are starting to trade hands. Battle in the Straits of Malacca. Another stray American warship. The Brooklyn made it all the way out here. America first. We will unravel the Gordian knot that is European politics after we're done with America. See, our Mountaineer Division is, yeah, just a man pile with extensive support equipment. Quite serviceable. If only we had any way to contest control of the air over the U.S. East Coast, where many hundreds of enemy aircraft are fighting it out with me. Wouldn't it be grand if someone put birds in the sky from, say, Kentucky? Hey, look, it's trapped. Kill it. Sure. Despite the mountains, our mobile units may have been a substantial part of our firepower anyway. Oh, I guess I'll send them back after they're done in the west. Or I could roll more unit rainbows. We've nearly completed our land doctrine. 3 or 4 men and a shovel. Notice that we have that level of intel on the US. Paratroopers. Grotesque. And steel deficit. Hello. America, fix that. This, at least, we know you're good for. You can send us metal to make into weapons to win our wars. Damn. Our efforts wasted. Maybe we should destroy Chile. They bothered to join the war. And there's the Phoenix. More stray American ships ending up out in the Indian Ocean to fight me. do not quite... well, not with this fleet, but they're old. There's someone a little newer. Well, I could always use the bees. Alternatively, I could use the bees for the necessary intel to go after their coast. Yeah, this would give me the line I'd need to raid Panama from Hawaii. Let's deal with that. That's an unwelcome piece of work. Why do you even have this residual? Get rid of that. Beach Lords. Shameful. Apparently these two islands are the same province. Sure. Phoenix took out one of my destroyers. No, that was Phoenix taking the long way around to reach the Pacific Theater. That's what was going on, I guess. Is this the... What a weird boat. Ben hasn't sniped anything. Oh, no. Ben, oh, New Zealand, yes. That was Ben, through some sort of strange act of paperwork and sorcery, wound up taking credit for New Zealand. Alright, good. Minnesota's caving in under the armored attack. Still not over these mountains. We're trying, though. And Florida is stable. Just much like with the Siege of New Orleans, we've caught a not trivial number of enemy soldiers in here. Just raiding Chilean convoys. And we've moved on the other Carolina. Alright, we have justified an attack on Panama. As expected, this is instantaneously integrated into the ongoing war. This is normal. Peru is ready to join my faction. Yes! Brother! Welcome! Finally! How you doing? Peru! Join the spear! Peru, would you like guns? We have many guns! You're in the faction and haven't even been brought into the war yet. You get to be peacefully in the spear. Nice! Good job, Peru! A few more days before we can launch the attack. That might give me operational range to bring, like, gun fleet down there. Or whichever surface fleet I had. Look at the coast here. Yeah, flat top the flat tops. Yes, we have a new operations bubble over here. Out of Peruvian ports. Good. You just set yourself up in Lima. And run the old convoy escort gambit. Oh wait, that's something I'd be doing now that it's 44. I need to research my next and last generation of warship hulls. Yeah, I can get the Shimakaze, get the Tayo, Sentoku, get yet more amphibious assault capability. Yeah, those are priorities. You don't even have to join the war, Peru. You can just chill. There could be chill members of the sphere. Finally, I've found my sphere friends. They were waiting here. Here in South America, honorary Asia. Alright, beach lords. Into Panama. And, you know, into all the other ones as well. Not this one. Don't do that plan. I guess it's inevitable. Albania defeated. Okay, there. I was able to switch that off. Don't do that raid yet. Just all the other ones. Just the positioning and convenience ones inside of our naval influence bubble here. Yes, Joe has entered Albania. Goring has been pushed back into Poland and Czechoslovakia. Goring does not control any of regular Germany. Alright. Plans need to evolve. Once America capitulates, we need to prepare to attack Russia. Saving Romania was our main reason to go into Europe, and that opportunity passed. Our new objective needs to be to maintain the balance of power and take advantage of the fact that Joe has to be way committed into doing this right now. And has left this completely unguarded Siberian border that we could just go trounce across and start seizing wonderful new materials again. So yes, once America is dealt with, we can get all of the reorganized Chinese divisions along the Central Asian border. Ordinary convoy raid. We can get all the Chinese divisions back to padding out this border, and then we go... let's see, Mongolia... Yeah, Mongolia is Comintern, and Xinjiang are both Comintern. Alright, so we will be taking down each of them. And then ending up with another potentially very long front, where the long portion of it will leave the Chinese responsible for primarily. A fight. Just a convoy. Stray American shipping. Good. We're breaking through. Washington is near. Mountaineers are working. America at 95% surrender progress. Just a few steps more. Just any keys. Why has control of North Carolina been handed to the Germans? Free America, stop this. Free America, what is your problem? Well, those went cleanly. Whose island is this? Also British. Diego Garcia. Steel shortage again. We're doing it though. It's happening. Step by bloody step. Look at how well Minnesota went once we gave them the tanks on the flat land. Majestic, swift. In fact, we flipped control of all of these states over to the Free Americans. So at this point, we have nothing to gain from continued aggression on that front. We've taken the necessary points. And diverted control of the industry. Speaking of American war industry, down into the 60s now. What are you doing? I think at this point the fall of any additional major American city will push them over the edge. Ideally Washington, but Buffalo would probably suffice at this point. All of you over here now. Get in my office. Status on Panamanian invasion? I gave this the go-ahead. Do it. Do it, launch. Okay, the fleets I have providing that intel are getting distracted by shit. So let's reassign gun fleet. Oh, another proper American fleet has arrived. Ranger and Franklin. Skirmishing with our submarines. Didn't I send a proper fleet out to join things here? On yeah, set to murder. Go fight people. Alright, and that was my new carrier naval bomber. So gotta update that production line. Submarines do not engage in face-to-face combat with enemy fleets. Evade these. On the other hand, two of them knocked out the Franklin. Maybe America's shit at anti-sub warfare. What you got, bees? Yeah, it is quite probable that the amphibious invasion itself is provoking them into sending more ships down this way. When someone's planning an invasion against your shores, you get a warning. You know when it's being planned, and you know when it starts. So the AI probably responds accordingly to such things, or at least tries to. How could anyone have higher trade influence with reorganized China than us, that were puppet on our border? How the fuck does Goring think he can take trade priority in our own puppet country? Stay out of my orb, Goring. Okay, attack on Washington. Early December, mountaineers working day and night to break the city. Seven of ours against 8 of theirs at this time. Yeah, the armor's about to arrive. Some of it's already there. Some rainbows are on the scene. Majestic. Some of their flanks are collapsing that way. So we may gain some more attack angles on the city. Okay, the Italians were just defeated, causing the New Zealanders to re-surrender to us, as is proper. Very good. That hasn't actually changed the border up at all, but at least on paper, it's now being officially recognized. How did Ben not surrender after this long? Italy has lost massive swaths of their home territory at many points in this war and cycled it around. Only now has Ben actually collapsed. Politics. Anyway, Washington. Joy of urban warfare. This is it, MacArthur. That's it. Through. City is in hand. December 11th, 1944. A day that will live in infamy. As Hirohito announces victory over the United States of America. Placing what's left of Florida and New England and the Minnesota pocket and a couple other little bits under Japanese occupation. Home by Christmas. Delivered as promised. We get the good part. Look at these boatyards. Look at these factories. We get New York, we get New Jersey. We get Virginia. Just this tiny sliver is enough to count as controlling the entire state for factory ownership purposes. Look at this. We have Atlantic ports from which to eventually coordinate action against Europe. We got Boston. Some fine spoils of war. Not bad. Good session. Seems like progress was made during that year and change of fighting. War. Yeah, we got a lot of new factories to assign. Bunch of stray boatyard. More construction to do. See, I'll have to orchestrate some occupation for... Alright, so we have control of Minnesota, which also means we have this lovely 200 steel. We do not get control of Wisconsin. Wisconsin is still considered under free American jurisdiction. nor do we have Michigan. But we have Minnesota. Just for us. And we have Florida. Panama has held out under U.S. control, but we're going to grab that of our own accord with that invasion. And we can start stuffing more South American, South and Central American folks into the sphere. Florida at least has this one adequate harbor down here in Miami. You can base things out of that. We have airports! Look at Florida's airport! Just a level 8 airport right there. So anyway, our strategic concern is still that we now have to turn around and attack Joe. There's no questioning that. But there's definitely enough good, valuable stuff we've been handed here that we'll need to orchestrate some size of garrisoning force to occupy the states. Set up some fleets permanently operating in the Atlantic. America held on to Alaska. Set up some fleets in the Atlantic, just have presence out there. Start asserting our influence in the Americas. And then... going after Suez still seems nice, but that's going to be kind of a sideboard to our main event, which will now be just flipping all of our attention over towards attacking the Soviet Union. Frank is still president in exile of the of the USA. FDR fighting on from wherever he managed to flee to. So yeah, gotta occupy what we have in the States. Probably run a little sideboard campaign to knock down Canada. End up occupying them as well. That won't be nearly a fraction of the hassle that defeating America was, though. Like, that just caused the U.S. Army to evaporate. Hundreds of divisions surrendered. The Navy's still out there. And tens of thousands of planes, but the heavy work is done. So yeah, settle in, occupy this, take that. Iceland, worth taking. That's a fine stepping stone towards Europe. Get all the Chinese recruits back into Asia so that they can get ready to stand off against Joe. And then yeah, we'll be back to land wars in Asia, cycling back to where we started as we enter the late years of the war. Finally, air-land battles. Someday, atoms. Oh, by the way, in case I suppose I'd never drawn attention to it before now, but up at the top of the map, there's this nice metal bar here with the title written on. Several paragames have this as a cosmetic thing on their map, that it has a border that makes it, you know, kind of a table, a weird continuous table that wraps around on itself. But yeah, like a table with a map on it with the name of the game you're playing right now. Here it is. Sis! Session. Progress. Fighting. Victory. Many heroic deaths of war. Next time, more war.